What up, though, and welcome back to These Scattered Memories. My name is Stretch Limbs. Thank you for joining us here on a beautiful morning as we gaze out onto Yosemite Falls. Here you see the sunrise reflecting off of the granite face here. Absolutely beautiful. I'll run this one back here. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Good afternoon. Good evening to you from wherever you may be in the world today. Hello, good early afternoon. Welcome, welcome. We're here just taking in a beautiful sunrise at Yosemite Falls, admiring the sunrise bouncing off the granite face here, just listening to the sounds of the falls. Hello and welcome. Welcome back to These Scattered Memories. My name is Stretch Limbs. Let me know in the chat where you're joining us from. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to you. Thank you for joining us here. I've got this wonderful coffee here in a Pewabic mug. Condensation, crispy cold condensation on the mug. Perfect sensory experience to be gazing onto Yosemite Falls with you. We'll get started here in a little bit. We're going to have a really, really fun show today. I'm going to do some cool edits. I was talking with Violet this morning about where we're going to start off, and we chose a really cool image to get going. And so stick around. We're going to be doing some really cool Detroit edits today that are definitely a part of my photographic journey and also have a lot of significant impact on the history and development and redevelopment of Detroit. We'll start off with the Packard plant, and we will do the Fisher Body plant, the Pontiac Silverdome, Lee Plaza Hotel, and then maybe there will be a couple other cool surprises in there also. Thank you, thank you, thank you for joining us. My name is Stretch Limbs, and we are here gazing on a beautiful sunrise of Yosemite Falls in Yosemite Valley, California. Hello, Violet. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Violet, I'm so excited to share. I'm so excited to share today on stream the Detroit photos that are going to be edited. It's going to be a whole it's going to be a whole U-turn, so to speak, compared to the types of images so far that we have in the gallery. But what's really cool is that every stream we're going to look back and see, all right, now we're rocking and rolling. We might as well just drive from Tunnel View down to Yosemite Valley as we kick off today's stream. Look at that. Look how beautiful this is at golden hour. So anyways, as we were saying, that it's really exciting because looking back on the formatting of the gallery, it's going to be really exciting to see how the images were captured at a certain point in time, but then this period of time of putting the gallery in some sort of making some sort of quantitative sense of what's going on. That kind of is going based off of what's happening in real time right now. The images that we're going to edit today are old classics, pretty much shot on the 7D, the camera that when I first moved to Detroit that I was shooting with. And so a lot of these images are even pre-Detroit declaring bankruptcy. I still remember being in the park, being in Brush Park, the day that Detroit declared bankruptcy. And then I went to a Goo Goo Dolls concert at Ford Field later that night. And Violet, we heard a Goo Goo Dolls song last night at dinner. So that was fantastic. And that's what's really cool is that when I look back over the past 15 years, I mean, we're at the 15-year mark here, the 2012, 2013. That was really the first push of this whole project. Just getting to Detroit and was with Moose Jaw at the time. And so some of my buds, going on explorations with them and shooting these photos and doing some of them solo. A lot of these images were captured very much prior to Detroit and what we consider today the modern rebirth of Detroit. I mean, I'm talking about before Little Caesars Arena, right? The Park Avenue Hotel, formerly known as the Zombieland Hotel, amongst what was mentioned before, Fisher Body Plant, Packard Plant, Lee Plaza Hotel. A lot of good stuff that we're going to uncover here in the stream as we get going. My name is Stretch Limbs. Thank you so much for joining me here from wherever you may be in the world today. Welcome back to these Scattered Memories. All right, let's get this show on the road. We know what we're here for. Photos. I'm gonna let this music ride out though. Spam the chat. Let me know the audio is good. All right, let's take it back. Oh, another good one too. I mean, well, let's take it back. I do not know why this is locked up. There we go. All right, technical difficulties here. Thank you for being here. Uh-oh. Hopefully we're not having some trackpad issues here with the old MacBook. There we go. I don't know. I guess it was just a thing. That's technology for you. If it doesn't work, turn it off and turn it back on. As that saying is age as old as time, and it still holds up today. And here we are, 15 years ago, 2012, Detroit, just as we were speaking on, Dequindre Cut. Before the Dequindre Cut. Before there was a biking trail, before there was this beautiful pathway in the container yard. What else do we got here? Old shots of Detroit, originals. Brewster from the walkway. Brush Park, before there even was a Brush Park, you could see clear downtown from Brush Park. Because there was no Brush Park. And now Brush Park is booming. Fisher Summit, back when you could get up to the top of the water tower. You can see the Fisher building here, the Renaissance Center there, downtown skyline here, 9475. Up. This one, it was just a classic. This one just compositionally just spoke to me so well. It was named Guarding American Spirit, or Guarding American Spirit, for the Guardian Building of Detroit, the American flag, and the spirit of Detroit. I always thought that that was probably one of the craftiest names that I ever came up for a photograph for this project, Guarding American Spirit. And a lot of the reason why this project is created is exactly for that reason. This here, the Lee Plaza Hotel, was wintry. I don't even know what I was doing up there. 18 stories up. We climbed up there. It's getting renovated, and Packard Plant here, this bridge, they massed it, and then the bridge ended up falling down. The Silver Dome here, just you can see the white from the Silver Dome just had all popped, and we were up there at the top. I have a photo of it somewhere doing like this, the peace sign, out onto the field. And this was one of the craziest experiences in the entire world, because it was a true, I mean, a lot of these were ghost-like experiences, but this one was very, very wild. And so I'll kind of get into that one a little bit more as we get going. The Spirit of Detroit, this is just compositionally fun. Guardian American Spirit, again, okay, we're doing a little bit. We're here on some reruns. So the first image that we're gonna do, I already have in my bag. So we'll go, here's where the gallery is at so far. Let's recap. Everyone that's new, welcome in, welcome back to these Scattered Memories. So far, we're recapping, we're on image 54, we're on image 55. We've got, where we last left off here with, oh, this is gonna be great, Violet. Actually, I'm really excited about this because I wasn't sure how this was gonna, well, I knew that it was gonna work, but then now, well, that was 54, so what's 53? Either way, that this is still gonna be, yeah, it's still gonna be have the same exact effect for what we were talking about, because, all right. I think I may have left the grungy ones in here for some reason, or I left, or they just weren't listed before on the gallery. They were listed, they were made, they were listed. Like, for example, the Easttown Theater, another one, right? We're talking B.B. King, jazz legends, rock legends, you name it. And you will never see the Easttown Theater again. Now it's just a patch of grass on the corner of 94 and Van Dyke. But climbing up here, getting this shot, 8mm fisheye, Canon 7D, I can go out happy. I can go out happy, and that
Yeah, this stuff excites me. It's pretty cool. It was a great moment in time, and reliving all of these and putting them together here on the stream and trying to figure it out. Destroy. That's how I feel right now. Destroyed. But it's okay. No, I don't feel destroyed. I'm just kidding. I feel really good. I'm just making a joke. But actually, though, on the side of this one, I haven't even put an image in the gallery yet. I'm just yapping about whatever right now. But there was a pit bull over here, just barking up a storm at me. I had to kind of, I was trying to get the dog, in the frame. I was like, yeah, yeah, right. Now just slide over a little bit for me, bud. He wouldn't do it. He was still over there yapping. It would have been so rad. But, what are you going to do? Okay. So, I don't even think I'm killing time. I think that these stories are actually kind of entertaining. Maybe not. It's not a full-on stand-up comedy, but there's some entertainment value to it. All right, I know what we're looking for here. Oh, this is gonna be sick. I know how I'm gonna do this. All right, found it. Yes. All right, here we go. Love this image. Here we are, Vi. Packard plant with all this overgrowth here. They came through and cleaned this all up in, here's what I'm gonna do. Well, either way, it's still gonna have that structure. Oh no. Welcome back to these Scattered Memories. My name is Stretch Limbs. It says non 8x10, but really what it means is that it just was never put in the gallery. But it's in the gallery now. We're breaking protocol. It's not even breaking protocol, breaking barriers. All right, Packard plant. Let's go ahead and just shimmy this one right on over. Oops. I keep doing the same thing. Let me make sure. This is what I want right here, and I want it to be number 55. Okay. Number 55, let's go. These Scattered Memories, number 55, coming in. We have the Packard plant with overgrowth. I'm gonna do this whole triptych is gonna be the Packard plant, and it's gonna be rad. So here we go, all right. Here. Okay. Huh. Oh my. There we go. My dock's getting in the way. All right. So, Packard plant, this Packard plant is number 55. Sick, right? Yeah. This one's gonna look so good on your wall, Violet. The overgrowth, it's captured on the 7D. You get a little bit of like chromatic, like the aberrations and the aliasing that you get in this image are with the way that it's so cool. It's so trippy to look at. And then after they cleaned it up, all this stuff is gone. All the foliage is gone. All the cinder blocks is gone. It was all swept up. It looked very nice and neat and well kept. And this was just a moment in time that we just got after it. My buddy that I was working with, he was like, dude, do you want to go do this? I thought, well, I suppose. I said, if you know what you're talking about. He was like, no, I do know what I'm talking about, but we got to go. We got to do it together. I was like, all right, let's do it then. All right, back to the Detroit. Okay, Packer plant. Then this one here, for sure. We got to do this one next. From the inside of the Packer plant with the sunset railing through this way, this is a total Last of Us image. If Last of Us is looking for a director of photography, call my number. Let's talk business. Or anyone. If anyone out there that sees this has a major budget production and they want someone who's incredibly talented with a camera, call me. You see it here. This is my resume in real time. I don't know why this dock. I want to hide the dock. No, I'll get that done later. Welcome, welcome, welcome. All right, here we are. 5-6. Yeah. This is annoying. This is annoying as annoying gets. Why can't I see the whole? It's got to go below instead of going to the right. Just extend it to the right so I can see it. If it goes low, it goes into the dock and I can't see it. And then I got to shimmy the whole thing up so I can give it the extra space to drop down. It doesn't make any sense. Apple, call me. What is going on here? All right, Packer plant. 56. Let's keep it pushing. 2. We're completing our first triptych of the day. We're actually getting some motion here. Not just that not fake motion, not like the motion that people are like, oh, I got motion. We're talking real Packer plant shots. We're talking real, like you might run into a stray tiger type life, you know? Kodak got it. He's over there. He always thinks I'm funny. He always gets the punchline. He never misses. And then here we go for our third. Let's go. How is this not one of the most insane triptychs of the... People love this image. This is a very shopped image. People have always gone for this one because they know that it's a gem. There's multiple, not multiple. I don't want to make it seem like that. There's some very special collectors out there who have specifically asked for this image. Boo Bear, call the line. Yes. Packer plant images are always hitting. Okay, so that's 57. Now we're gonna do the something else that's got some oomph to it. that's Detroit, but that is not Packard plant. Like we saw the Easttown Theater, we got this one of the Heidelberg project, insane with the clock. We've got the train station without windows, shot from Midtown, shot from the roof of the Park Shelton in Midtown, over top of the Detroit Institute of Arts, just clear through Michigan Central Station without windows. I mean, today there's windows in the building. You know, today there's a lot of things happening in the building, and this is going to pair well. Violet and I went to this building right when it opened, and that was a very exciting time because, as you can see, now I'm starting to connect the dots. Things that were 15 years ago that are now today, and the difference and where it going from a building with no windows to then when I put these together with the chandelier shots from today's time, merging 15 years together, just squishing it together into a project that is just visually taking the viewer on a sensory experience of America. Heading back to the old Ansel Adams passing me the torch in my dream if I believe in spirits reference, right? Just here you go, bud. Give her the old, 1-2. All right, back to the program. This is a good one. I love this. This has got to go in the next triptych. This one has got to round off and be in image number 6, or we do 57, we do 58, 59. This would be 59, so I got to do 58 and I got to do 60. And then we have 6 triptychs. It's light work. It's absolutely light work. All right, let's come up with something cool to do for this. If we're gonna stick with the Packard plant and for this Packard plant, we might as well actually, you know what? Do we have 3 images of this one on deck that we can pull? I got this one here. I got this one here. I need one more. Where's my third? I definitely can do a full triptych out of this one. I don't know why this one and this one. I would start with this one. So this will be, right? That makes perfect sense. We just did the Packard plant, mostly in a noir. And so now we're gonna do the 19... Let me make sure I say this right. All right, accurate. This is a 1940 Packard 120. And if I ever get to direct a movie, I want this car to be in it. This is probably one of the most beautiful cars that there is, point blank, period. I mean, just like in general. In general, it's probably one of the most beautiful cars that there is in general. So naturally, that one's going to be number 58. And then we're going to go back to the gallery here, Just another day in the gallery, You got to start somewhere. I'm not going to be able to get these all on the wall in order if I can't make sense of them in the space-time continuum first, right? The first step towards making this work is understanding what I've even got going on. Okay, so now here we have 59. So now, I don't know why I don't have another one of it. Maybe it's in here. Maybe the other one is in here. I guess. It's not with the other ones, I suppose, because I have more than one good image of it. It's not the only one. What up, Dylan? Welcome back to These Scattered Memories. My name is Stretch Limbs. Thank you so much for joining us here. You could be anywhere in the world, and I am so grateful that you're here. We're on the quest to 4,000 YouTube watch hours, and I am just trying to make sense of my photography gallery. So I need one more image of this Packard. That's what I'm trying to do right now. I have the image of it. I have quite a few of them edited. I think. I'm pretty sure. Once I get number 60 and we'll recap. We'll recap where we're at. Thank you to everybody who's joining in, following along as we build These Scattered Memories gallery. I've numbered them up to 99,999. We'll see if we can get there. I don't think it's going to be a problem. I mean, we got the... Come on. Right? I just need one more shot of this Packard right now. All right, I gotta go into the edits. I gotta try to find... Thanks for chilling here. Hopefully you're working on something cool. If you're working on something fun, drop it in the chat and let me know what you got going on. We're just hanging out on a Saturday, co-working. Gonna play some basketball in a little bit here. I'm gonna be right back, actually. I'm gonna put something on the old screen and I'll be right back. See you shortly.
Hello, hello, hello. Thank you for sticking with me through the short-term buffering delay. I had to go downstairs and get my stuff out of the dryer. Let's do Big Sur. What we are. Oh, we've lost our internet here. Oh, and we're back now with both. Typical. All right, here we are. Big Sur. Welcome in. Let's drive to the Bixby Bridge at Big Sur, California. Thank you for sticking with me. This will just be another short break. Go ahead and get yourself a coffee, a water, green juice, lemonade, Summit Mist, Red Thunder, Frosted Fruitios, whatever you're feeling. Abed, what up, doe? What up, doe? What up, doe? What up, doe? Jordan, welcome in. We're just vibing. I'm trying to get this laundry done. I'll be right back. Stick with me. I'll be back in less than 10 minutes and we'll continue editing some very sick Detroit photos. You are not going to want to miss this. Thank you. I'll be right back. Violet, I love the mummy peeking emojis. Those are the best. So authentic and on brand. Here we are. I like this setup. I'm feeling it. Welcome in, welcome in. We're just cruising. We're just cruising down Highway 1 to the Bixby Bridge, Big Sur, California. We're about to start. Get back here in just another 2.5 minutes. We'll be right back to editing some Detroit photography. Welcome in, welcome in. Let me know from where in the space-time continuum that the YouTube algorithm is pulling you here from. My name is Stretch Limbs, and we are currently residents and always residents of Beagleville. My beagle gets what he wants. He's a happy beagle. Check the timestamp here real quick and let's see where we're at stream wise. All right, we're just about to cross the 1 hour mark here, 53 minutes. Let's give it up for 53 minutes on the Scattered Memories stream. We've only edited a few images, but hey, some classic Packard plant shots and some classic Packard shots. All right. Let's continue on our quest to find a third Packard shot. Keep this thing moving. Welcome in. Thank you for joining us from wherever you may be in the world today. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to you. My name is Stretch Limbs, and welcome back to the Scattered Memories. We gotta get to the Bixby Bridge. We gotta get to the actual thing. Let's ride this out, and then let's edit some Detroit photos. Thank you for joining. Drop an emoji in the chat. Spam the chat. Alien heads, whatever. I like this setup. It's cool. It's a groovy setup. There we go. Everyone, let's show some love to Violet. Let's give it up for Violet. Most beautiful lady on planet Earth. Welcome in. And here we are at the Bixby Bridge. And this concludes our trip down Highway 1, California. All right, let's get back. Let's get back to the program here. This is why we're all here. We're here to edit some old school Detroit photos. Some of that real. Okay. I think that the Packard plant, though, would have happened oh yeah, the Alger Theater. That's gonna be sick. I can't wait to put some of those in there. So many gems. So many gems. We've got the Boblo here. I couldn't have shot the I definitely have one more. I don't know why I keep mulling on needing a third shot of this actual Packard, but
what do we have here? That's kind of cool. That's the museum. Here we go. This has got to be it. Packard downtown. How could it be anything else? Right. But I need the PSTs. So, all right, here we go. Now we're in the game. I was out for a little bit. But there we go. There we go. Woof. Look at this bad boy. This is the one that completes our triptych. I got to clean that scratch disc up. We'll get there. Look at that. Look at that beautiful Packard Angel facing downtown warehouse district, shiny car, power lines, just facing right towards the Renaissance Center. Ooh, oh yeah. Oh yeah. All right, let's do it. We've got our number 60, and then we're gonna recap. We made it. Thank you for sticking with me through that one. That one was a little woofy. But we're here, and this is what it's all about, is making sense of the project. In order to make sense of the project, I have to dive into it and dissect it from all kind of different angles, because there's images in my mind that I know are in my mind that are just, I gotta go. It's like if you know that there's a particular something you're looking for and you know it's out there, but you just don't know where it is, and you just gotta scavenge every crevice of the earth. Kind of like my beagle when he's sniffing blades of grass. He's gotta make sure that every single one is in order. That's kind of what this is like, in a different way. Yes. Let's go. So epic. So the first one was a real big body shot too. So I want to look at that because I want it, in order for it to be a true triptych, I need it to really stick, right? And you see how this one is just a major, this is a big body, right? Like the angel is way up here. We got maybe an inch or two. I should have lined it up really with that one versus the middle one, but it's okay. I've already got it in the Photoshop here, and I'm just gonna, but instead of it being the angel close to the top, I want it to be the Renaissance Center close to the top. So whatever distance feels like that's right. I feel like this is it. And then the car, I have kind of two options here. I think this is my best bet right here. Just like that. Because what's happening here is we're getting this top of the power line up here, right? We're getting this same width here that the angel would be in the other one. We're getting a real full, it's really taking over the same space of the frame as the first triptych, but the vantage point is what gives it the unique perspective. And we'll analyze that here in a second as I save this one. And we'll see if that seems to be, if that holds up. Number 60. All right, welcome back. Welcome in. Thank you, Violet. Miss Limbs. Kodak got that one. He's back here. He's just happy he had a bunch of breakfast today. He ate more breakfast than you and I combined. That's why we always get just breakfast, because he needs to eat. He's an eater. If he's not eating, he is not happy. And when he does eat, he's farting. Okay, so if that's number 60, then let's run it. Let's run through the motions here and let's see what we got. So we've got 59, or we got 58, 59, 60. Right? So but see, this is here, you've got the thing that's different about this frame is that you've got the building in the background here that is a supporting actor. The light is really your focus here, right? More than the angel. The angel is on its way out of the frame just by the vantage point for how I had shot the car. And then But then you still have a little bit of that cascading vantage point heading this way, but your primary vantage point is really kind of leaning more this way, because you're still kind of searching for these upper brick buildings here. Just instinctually, naturally, all of these images are having like a concave, overlapping feeling with different types of parallel and perpendicular lines presented in them, from the brick structure this way, the road vantage here, the power lines up, the car is working neither parallel nor perpendicular to any specific plane, but more or less at a 45 degree on the XYZ axis of the space-time continuum. That's a really cool way to look at photography is looking at something like you could be anywhere around it. You could view it and you could look at it in any perspective. And you're really telling a story. The story that you're telling is how you're able to look at something as equally as important as to what that something is. Because the thing that is, the something that is the car, is the Packard 120. But the story that I'm telling with the Packard 120 is a powerful story with reflections and deep intrinsic thought, and you're kind of forced to face this reality of who is going to step out of this car? Who has this car? What's going on here? You're starting to ask yourself all these questions, right? And how did this car make it 80 years in such pristine condition, right? But it's still part of its environment. It's still part of the environment that birthed it. I mean, again, we're talking about, let's get back here to where we started. The Packard plant. This is the Packard automotive plant, is where this car was made. And the juxtaposition that we're seeing here in real time about a decrepit factory, overgrowthed and left with rubble, but yet what was built there, just in the next frame, is staring us in the face as this masterful work of automotive beauty and engineering. I love it. I love being able to take the viewer of the gallery on this experience, walk through it image by image, connecting them together in a lineage, but yet giving them the opportunity to be interchangeable and interoperable with one another, depending on how the viewer of the gallery experiences or prefers certain experiences, right, so to speak. Snacking. Okay, I got your text by. All right, cool. That's fine. Yeah, I've got this EVP paper, so as you know, so I'm going to stream for a little bit longer. We're about the hour mark right now, maybe get 3 hours in, and then I'm going to start on the EVP paper. Are you going to hop on tonight? What's going on in your world right now, Vi? Okay, so let's run it from the top. Let's run it from the top. Welcome back to These Scattered Memories. My name is Stretch Limbs. Thank you so much for being here. We're breaking down These Scattered Memories gallery, 60 images from the top. Bison in Lamar Valley of Yellowstone. City of Detroit shot from Midtown. Peregrine Falcon there in off the top of the Penobscot. The palm tree in Smathers Beach, Key West, Florida. The Remember Chicago Report alien activity Transformers movie poster that was left behind at the Packard plant. McWay Falls at Pfeiffer Beach, Big Sur, California. Empire State Building, Manhattan, New York City. Logan Pass at the Continental Divide, Glacier National Park, Montana. Looking up at the Willis Tower, downtown Chicago. Sunset at the Golden Gate Bridge, San Francisco, California. The 9th Street Path subway station, Manhattan, New York City. The Liberty Bell at Independence Hall, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. The Fist of Joe Louis, downtown Detroit. Lake of the Clouds, Porcupine Mountains, Upper Peninsula of Michigan. Mackinac Bridge. Double Arch, Arches National Park, Moab, Utah. Sunset Cliffs, San Diego, California. Miami International Airport, Miami, Florida. Redwood at Glacier Point, Yosemite National Park, California, overlooking Yosemite Valley and the Half Dome. The Point Reyes Light Station at Point Reyes National Park, California, just north of San Francisco. Two Medicine Lake, Glacier National Park, Montana. Japanese cherry blossoms out front of the Thomas Jefferson Memorial in Washington, D.C. on the National Mall. Joshua Tree, sunset on the Boy Scout Trail at Joshua Tree National Park. Zabriskie Point, sunrise, Death Valley National Park, the Mojave Desert, California. Pfeiffer Beach, Big Sur, California. The Hoh Rainforest in Olympic National Park, Seattle, Washington, Seattle Space Needle, Mount Rainier National Park, Seattle, Washington, the American flag on the Detroit River, downtown in the back, Spermius Meloria, Resurgent Cinerbus, It Will Rise from the Ashes, the motto of Detroit, Belle Isle, flying down on Air Pixley at sunset, heading over Ontario, looking down on Belle Isle as it opens up to Lake St. Clair and then inevitably follows the Detroit River down to Lake Erie. The Grand Canyon of Yellowstone National Park Falls, Artist Point, Silex Spring, Yellowstone National Park, the Grand Canyon of the Yellowstone, Yellowstone National Park. Boy, oh boy, just listing them, I'm on 34, and this is tiring out. So I think we're heading in the right direction here because I'm not even gonna be able to, when I start really get going with these, woof. Good thing that we're just rocking and hanging out and doing entrepreneurial things and taking care of ourselves, because I've got some more stream time to just go over these images and talk about what's what. and show some cool stuff. Going to the Sun Road, Glacier National Park, Logan Pass Continental Divide, Glacier National Park, Lake St. Mary Glacier National Park, Grand Marais, Lake Superior, Pictured Rocks National Lakeshore, Michigan. I'm gonna get through this. Grand Marais Rocks at Pictured Rocks National Lakeshore, Grand Marais, Pictured Rocks National Lakeshore, Sunset of Detroit, Detroit Edison Co., Sewer Cap, Farewell to the Joe Louis Arena, Chicago Theater, Sue at the Field Museum, Route 66 beginning sign looking up at the Willis Tower, Manhattan Bridge from Dumbo looking up, Manhattan looking out at the Empire State Building from the top of the One World Observatory, Grand Central Terminal clocking outside, Brooklyn Bridge in the morning when no one's there, 9th Street Path again, Manhattan, Brooklyn Bridge Park, the morning, rocky, wavy, moody day, noir, Bixby Bridge, Big Sur, California, Keyhole Arch, Pfeiffer Beach, Big Sur, California, Bixby Bridge, California, Packard Plant, Detroit, Packard Plant, Detroit, Packard Plant, Detroit, Packard, Packard, Packard. That's 60 images in These Scattered Memories Gallery, and I am tongue-tied just getting through that. So I would say that this is exciting. We're not too little, that's for sure. We've definitely got some sauce. Okay, bet. Everyone go check out Violet.wave on Twitch. She's an absolutely incredible artist. My partner, and go check her out. Sick. She plays the best tunes, does a bunch of other rad stuff too. I hope your coffee's as good as mine. I hope it's better. All right. Let's check the timestamp here. We're 60 images in on These Scattered Memories Gallery. Kodak's farting. I can smell his farts. He's currently farting me out of the office right now. He thinks it's hysterical. Thank you for joining me from wherever you may be in the world today. My name is Stretch Limbs. Pop on in, ask any questions. We're talking photography, we're talking travel, pop culture, making jokes, just laughing, having fun. Say nice things or you will be checked. Everyone give a big round of applause for Violet. Thank you for always holding it down, Violet. You are perfect. You are so great. Spam some emojis in the chat. We're just hanging out. There we go. I always get some bigger bumps on the live when I face the camera more. So I need to incorporate that. I need to incorporate that into the live, actually facing the camera more, leaning into it, and speaking directly to the camera, and then just hopping back and doing some editing. I think that a lot of times when I'm just doing the editing, people scroll through. But one of the things that we can chat about here on this live, we all know that we've got some big updates coming. So creators, we still need 1,000 subs, but on February 1st, 2027, we're going from 4,000 watch hours to 8,000 watch hours. So whatever this means is that we just have to continue pushing out what is authentic and finding a space live. YouTube is clearly making a big space for live, and it's a good way for creators to, artists, it's just really whatever you're passionate about. If you're passionate about something and you want to have, you want to make that, you want to give that a lane or give that an avenue to live and breathe for itself, I think that's what we're all I think that's what we're all trying to do here, right? I'm a teacher, I'm a special education professional, but yet I still am an artist, I still am a photographer. And so I think a lot of people are really looking to find their own space on the internet while still retaining their professional integrity. And so doing lives, I'm starting to view lives as a new way to approach YouTube more than I had in the past. And so we're just sitting down talking. And another thing is that they're changing the way that the views count. So before, a view had to be at least 30 seconds for it to count as a view. That had to be a consistent 30 seconds. But now YouTube, I think as of the 24th, which is just a few days from now, maybe a day or two, that a view is going to count from someone being on the first frame, even if they swipe away. So there's a lot of people that are speculating about what that means, and if that is going to cause, being like having an inflated view count to reach out to brands or to work with brands and have brand deals. But I think that the main approach for me, at least, is to continue focusing on my own art, cultivating this with the Shopify, doing streams, sharing my photography, chatting, just welcoming everyone in, and trying not to get gassed out by my Beagle in the process. So, yeah, and then hopefully there will be some brand deals in the future. Hopefully there will be some partnerships, but either way, I'm still going to be making cool art. My art, I've had this vision for a while, and it's so cool to be able to live this out in a more controlled setting now, because before it used to be, oh, let's do a show here, let's book a show here, let's go do this pop-up or go do this farmer's market, and granted, there's still things that I would want to do, right? Melrose, other places other people that I've worked with, I would still go ahead and do stuff, but I really view the live connection to the audience has more potential to reach more people out into the world than doing a show where you're limited by the people that are there. And so I've really just been reapproaching my art. And so, whereas, like, for example, certain partnerships, brands that I've worked with in the past, that would still be great to do, but this is a whole new way of looking at accessibility of art. So go ahead and spam the chat, drop an emoji, and let's keep it going. "60 images deep. Welcome back to these scattered memories. We're editing Detroit images. We're having fun with it. If you guys know, you guys know. All right, let's go pick some other Detroit Classic Club bangers. Kodak got that one too. He thinks everything's funny, I swear. All right, here's what we're gonna do. These are obvious choices right here. I don't know. I need some help, Violet. Oh, what up, Doe? Yes, 8,000. No, we're trying to not get 8,000. We're trying to do it in 4,000. G. You already know. I know they're up. They're up as of February 1st. So we're trying to make it before then. All right, spam in the chat, everyone. I need to know here. I'm still going to use probably all of these, but let's do a little crowdsourcing poll for the next Trip Tech. Should I do this one or this one? This is A, and this is B. Drop it in the chat. Spam the chat. A or B? Or maybe, well, because see, yeah, I want to do this one in the middle, the aquarium one, for obvious reasons. And then I want to do Well, okay, maybe I don't need to pick. Maybe I put this one in the middle of the next triptych. And maybe I save this one. I think I save this one. I think I do this one and this one. I don't know. Spam the chat. Let me know. What do you guys think? Are these images too similar, or do they look cool together if they were placed in the right order? If this one and this one were left and right, is that super cool to have this one be the left one and this one be the right one with this one in the middle? Or is this one in the middle and then one of these is on the left or right and then this is the other one on the left or right? Spam the chat and let me know. I'm gonna pick a different one to do, and we'll come back to that. We're gonna lean into this one first. We're gonna lean into this one because I love this one. This is the Brush Park one that we were talking about earlier. I love how you can just see right into the back of this old colonial home. The Brush Park was a French ribbon farm, and I don't know if there was only a few left at this time. And so then they got renovated and then there's a bunch of new stuff now. So let's kick off number 61, really strong, with this image of Brush Park. Instant classic. We're on the Detroit edits today. You can see in the background here the Comerica lights, the Detroit One Center, super cool. This one's always been a vibe. The overgrowth here, looking back into the back of the building and seeing the paint there and how the bricks are separated here from along the frame, and this whole kind of part of the house here is all just blown out in general, and there's tree back there in the grass. This is an instant classic. 61 here. We're gonna do a couple Brush Park ones and then spam the chat and let me know about the Belle Isle Aquarium ones. All right, so that was 61. We're on a big Detroit kick right now. We're doing Detroit classics today. You are here on the right day, that is for sure. This is the Detroit Classic Stream. I'm not gonna put all the Detroit heat in today. I'm gonna inevitably switch it up. There's a lot of Detroit heat out there. We've got a significant amount of Detroit heat. Here we go. Here we are. All right. This Belle Isle one is for sure the next one. The foggy pier. Number 62, the foggy pier. I may have done this one. I thought that I did this one in a different orientation, but maybe it was this one. Maybe it was always in this orientation. I can't be certain, but I may change the orientation of this one, but the image itself is going to remain in the same place. Number 62, the Belle Isle Fishing Pier. All right, number 63. All right, Vi, I'm coming back to this one. I need some help on this one here. I'm gonna do one more triptych, one more Detroit cool triptych here, and then something that's fun, something that's vibrant. That's a little too vibrant there. Got Casper the Friendly Ghost house right there. Oh, what should we do next? Probably, well, I don't want to do this one. I like it because it's an obtuse angle. It's facing the other way. I'm just going to edit this one. I'm going to get this one in there. I want to get this one involved. I like it because it's green. I like it because the greens... I've never put this one in 8x10 before, and it does fit. How about that? Look at that. Okay, let me do a little edit up here. I need my CPI card. BRB. All right, we're back in the game. It's a Saturday. It's a beautiful Saturday. Hope everyone's doing well. We had a great Saturday morning. Val and I always have good morning. Kick the day off right. Start off motivated. Focused on our goals. Just another day, we gotta get it. Another day, we gotta get it. Right? Shout out to everybody that's working on something. It's got a dream, it's got a passion that, as we like to acknowledge, know what we want. Shout out to everybody that knows what they want. All right, I love this image. You got the deflated Spalding basketball, the decrepit chair, armchair, and the plywood clock, the obtuse angle clock. But the way that the grass fits in this one, I just see this one being number 63. I'm gonna call this one Shot Clock. That's actually hysterical. That's a great. It was taken at the Heidelberg project, but I'm gonna call it the Heidel Shot Clock. There we go. That's clever. That's cool. Right? So this is all about taking your shot. Don't get to a situation where the ball is just sitting there and it's deflated and you're not even going after it, right? Keep some air in the ball, keep it pumped up, keep doing your thing. All right, 63. We're getting there very slowly but surely. I think now's a good time. Well, what do we think? So we do a little DIA action. We're gonna do some Detroit grime, but I kind of want to do something. I want to do something a little bit nicer right now. What do we got here? All right. Comerica Park. Let's do some Detroit Tigers. Let's get some Detroit Tigers love in here. This is a. I don't know why. Do I not have an 8x10 of this one? What? No, that doesn't even make sense. I gotta have it in here. These are all 8x10s that are all gonna get put into the gallery. That are just chilling. They're eventually gonna get worked in at some point. And this is just Michigan. Some of them are already in there. Some of them have found their way. So what I'm looking for right now is Comerica. I'm looking for this one, right? We're doing low-hanging fruit right now. Next stream, I think I'm gonna go back and do some West Coast next stream. I was gonna do West Coast this stream. I was gonna do Oregon, Painted Hills, John Day Fossil Bed, Samuel H. Boardman, maybe some redwoods, maybe some sequoia, Northern California. I was gonna do that this stream, but the Detroit, it was just calling me. I just felt like I just want to really just get some good ones in there. We're going on 90 minutes right now, so pretty much I think what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna knock out some more here, maybe take a little break, maybe work on my research paper, and then depending on what, maybe I'll hop on another stream tonight or just watch Violet's stream and work on my research paper since that's due tomorrow. That's probably the most productive thing to do. So this is 64. Making some very serious headway. Thank you for joining me here at the Scattered Memories Gallery. My name is Stretch Limbs. So this triptych would go like here, there, and then there. I think the only thing about this one, well, I guess I don't have. I think what I need to do with this one, I just need to create more. Yeah, there we go. Just to give it a little bit more oomph. I don't know. This is speaking to me more than its predecessor was. And that's what this is really all about, is just adapting, reformatting the gallery as needed. There we go. Okay. There, now that gives that some more height to kind of match up with this a little bit more. It's got more of a centered feel to it. I like that. Okay. So now we're doing Comerica Park. More classics. I haven't even done Pictured Rocks yet. This is wild. I'm gonna do Pictured Rocks in this stream. It's gonna be Detroit, or no, it's gonna be, well, yeah, why not? Let's see where we get with it. Welcome back to These Scattered Memories. My name is Stretch Limbs. Let's see, if I don't get Pictured Rocks, I know I just said that I want to do Oregon, but I don't think that I can. I'm gonna squeeze some Pictured Rocks and some Sleeping Bear in after Detroit on this stream. That's the way that this is gonna go down. I'm gonna cap off, I think that I don't want to do too much grunge all at once. I want the grunge to be evenly dispersed in the project, more or less. And so I'll start off, I'll finish the Comerica here. These Comerica ones are fire. We're definitely gonna get these involved right now. Eat 'em up, Tigers. You know the vibe. We'll get these ones involved first. Couple here, couple there. So I got this one. What happened to the other ones? Oh, because some of them were gallery listed, some of them weren't. Okay, so that was 64. This one's gonna end up being 66. So I'm gonna scoot this one over here. I'm gonna scoot it over here now because I got it right here. This one is 66. We're making good headway. I think we started at 54, and now we're at 66. So we've done 4 triptychs, 4 sets of 3 on this stream, so we're making good headway. The goal of every stream is just to get a little bit done, just to get a little bit closer to where we want to be. I don't need to edit 50,000 images all in one day. I just want to maybe edit 20 or 30. If I can get through 20 or 30 a stream, that would really be good. So this here, 64, then this one's going to be 66. You've got the tiger pawing. So we've got so we started the stream off strong. Packard plant, Packard car, Packard 120, Packard 120, Packard 120, triptych, over and over and over, sets of 3. It's just my own little personal rule. To me, it just makes sense. It's easy to work in triptychs. Brush Park, Belle Isle Fishing Pier, Heidelberg Project Clock. Then here you've got basically just stuck the 7D with the 8mm fisheye, right in the mouth of the, or I might have shot this one with the, I probably shot this one with the 16mm on the 5D Mark IV. But maybe not, though. I think I shot that one on the 7D with the 8mm. I'm pretty sure I just basically boom, right? Wait, what? Just a semi-tall guy, right? And pretty much just walked right up to the tiger statue at Comerica and boom, put it right in there, right in the teeth, and click, and that's what you get. at 8mm on the 7D. And there's the Tiger there. Very cool. Those are classics too. Everybody loves hanging up the pictures of Comerica Park. Instant classics, instant bangers. Go well on just about everybody's establishment. And now I'm looking for the actual Comerica Park sign. This one right here, another banger. We got to edit this. This one is another one that I probably should have shot it out a little bit further at the time, but I really wasn't thinking that everything was going to be, you know, 8 by 10, 16 by 20, 24 by 30, 30 by 40. I was kind of thinking in a different tense of how I was framing, but it's okay because even if the Comerica Park gets right to the edges, which it does, that still creates a really cool, you know, what's really interesting too is I never do this, but I wonder if I do this. I know that all my images are captured, but I want to see what happens. No, I really want this to have like just straight up photographic integrity. And so but it's tough. I love this image and it's tough. So I'm gonna do this and just see what happens. All right, so I'm just gonna ask it to fill in the background. Here we go. Because I really do want the full Comerica Park in there. It's just gonna generate the sky and there, so, but on this image, I'm willing to let it generate a little bit more sky for the sake of the image. Let's see what happens. If it doesn't work, I'm out, I'm cooked. But let's give it a shot. No, that didn't do anything right. That was absolutely ridiculous. I don't even know why that happened. All right, we're sticking to the original. That was crazy. There we go. It's just gonna be on the edges. I'm gonna find something different. I like that one, but I don't know. I'm having trouble living with that right now. Here we go. Here's the one in the middle. Much more approachable, and we're still getting the same thing that we want. We're just not getting the, I'll reshoot the sign for the gallery and add it shortly. But this one right here, this is the one that I should have taken all along. It's in perfect shape already and doesn't need any extra addition stuff done to it. So this one will be 65. Oh, I want to do Belle Isle after this. I want to do the Belle Isle before I swap out to Oregon. Or I was going to do Pictured Rocks and Sleeping Bear, but I still want to do Belle Isle before that on this stream. All right, there we go. So now we have the mouth, the up-close mouth of the tiger, the up-close tigers with the Comerica Park D watching, and then the tiger pawing. Another insane triptych. So cool. What up, though? Welcome in, welcome in. I hope your coffee's as good as mine. Welcome back to These Scattered Memories. My name is Stretch Limbs. 60 frames a second. What up, though? True slow-mo. 120 if you want to get wild. 240 if you're really feeling it. 1000 if you're on the Phantom Cam. Live it up. Just like watching a little bead of water tap on the surface and ripple out in the... Cool. This here, the Olympus can capture some slow-mo. I'll do some slow-mo here on the OM1 Mark II. Shout out OM System, shout out Olympus, OM1 Mark II. Going crazy. Images in this gallery have been shot in the 7D, the 5D Mark IV, the EOS R, the EM1 Mark I, the EM1 Mark III, the OM1 Mark II. Eight millimeter, 16 millimeter, 24 to 105, 18 to 135, 35 of course, 50 of course, 12 to 40 here, 45 to 150 there, you know, it's just a light day. Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in from wherever you may be in the world. Thank you for joining us here at the Scattered Memories Gallery. All right, let's do a little Belle Isle. Spam the chat. Vi, I need your help. Please spam the chat. Okay. Well, I'm just gonna go for it anyways, regardless, but here's what I'm thinking. The main thing I wanna know is, should this one and this one both be in the same triptych? Or should this one and this one be in the same triptych, and then this one go somewhere else? Because I feel like this one would be good somewhere else, but I would do this one first, this one second, and this one third. Is my thought process accurate with that? Am I thinking clearly? Spam the chat, let me know. $64 images, or 66 images so far? I need some more monitors. I need to have like a silo set up, which is all the monitors and all the screens. I'm watching this picture, and I'm watching this picture, and I'm watching this picture. And this one, they better not think about anything, because I'm watching. I don't know. This screen is pretty big. 55 inches, straight on my eyeballs. Wow. All right, let's take another short break. Let's vibe out. Let's take another short break here and let's watch Yosemite for golden hour. I'll be right back. Thank you for joining me here on These Scattered Memories. We get some things situated.
Also, I'd like to interrupt this brief Yosemite break for a wonderful spicy dill Chex Mix and Cheez It appreciation. Thank you, Violet. Absolutely incredible snack. I love you. BRB friends. All right, we're just working through some quick technical things. For some reason, the DJI generator doesn't. Well, let me try this. It should charge through the dongle, and it's not. So what I got to do is just swap out the SSD to. If we swap out the SSD to the dongle should be able to read the SSD, and then I can plug the computer in and avoid this potential power failure. That should do it. Everybody, welcome in, welcome in, welcome back to These Scattered Memories. Thank you so much for being here. My name is Stretch Limbs. Happy Saturday, good morning, good afternoon, good evening to you from wherever you may be in the world today. You could be anywhere and you are here. And every millisecond of time that you spend on this live stream truly means the world. We are on the quest to not only 4,000 watch hours here on YouTube, but we're also building out the Scattered Memories Gallery. Currently, we have sunset from Yosemite Valley onto the Half Dome, just playing a little bit. We're having a short little commercial break. We were just editing some Detroit photos. I'll go back and recap that here in a minute after we get back with the break. And then we're going to move on. We're going to do, up next, we've got our next trip tech is Belle Isle. And then we're going to do Sleeping Bear Sand Dunes, Pictured Rocks. Shout out Pictured Rocks. So excited so excited for this upcoming trip that Violet and I are going on for our anniversary to Pictured Rocks. We're going to get some amazing photographs at Pictured Rocks coming up here in about a month. Thank you so much for being here. Welcome back. Currently, we have 66 images edited of These Scattered Memories Gallery. These Scattered Memories Gallery depicts impactful American cityscape architecture as well as national and state parks. I am your host, Stretch Limbs, and I truly thank you for being here with me today. All right, chat. Thank you for being here. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I will be right back. Just stick with me for another 5 minutes, and I will see you shortly. I hope your coffee's as good as mine. I hope it's better. What up, doing? Welcome back. Thank you for being here. My name is Stretch Limbs. I am just finishing up a little snack break on today's Saturday afternoon streamathon. You could be anywhere in the world, but you're here with us, and that brings me so much joy. Thanks for rocking with Stretch Limbs, Hobbles the Monster, these scattered memories. Please enjoy this view of sunrise at Grand Canyon National Park South Rim, and I will be back with you in less than 60 seconds. Such nice vibes. Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. Thank you for joining us here today. And we're back to your regularly scheduled program. But let's find out, what do we got going on here? Are we not, is the disc not reading? Oh boy. All right, here's what we're gonna do. Chat, we're on Streamathon, Saturday Streamathon. I'm gonna boost up my charge a little bit here. I'm gonna boost up my charge a little bit, and we're just gonna keep the videos rolling. We're just gonna keep the Streamathon rolling. Nice vibes. Let's rock out of the Badlands for a little bit while I get this charge up. Thank you for joining me here. Let me know what you're co-working on. Drop it in the chat. Let's all accomplish our goals and work towards them and support each other, support everybody who's doing the same. We're all just trying to make it out here, make a way for ourselves and for our family. Thank you for being here, and thank you for joining us. Let's vibe out on this little Badlands trip while I get some charge on my computer, and then we'll be back to the photo edit shortly. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Welcome. Hit that subscribe and like this video if you see us scrolling in the feed. Every second that you watch this live truly makes a difference in these scattered memories being able to launch. We've done a lot of cool things over the years. This is a gallery that's been that's been in the process for 15 years of capture. In 2019, I started printing and doing art shows and started really understanding on a deeper level who was I as an artist. That's when Stretch Limbs was birthed. Hobbles the Monster shortly before that. He became my muse and really helped me elevate this art form to something more resembling where it is today, because we are so grateful to have just been taking strides forward every year, thoughtfully and carefully, never overextending ourselves or doing too much, but always just making sure that we were doing things that felt right. Whether that was introducing this in stand-up comedy form, whether this was introducing this at Miami Art Week or other various art shows around the country, just telling random jokes that aren't even that funny here on this live stream. It all creates a sense that These Scattered Memories is a multi-medium art form that it's the multidisciplinary aspect of it. You may take it in through a painting, you may take it in through a comedy show, you may take it in through a movie, you may take it in through a comic book or another rendition, you may take it in through the live stream. There's so many ways to activate and be a part of what we're building here. And at the core of it, it really does all come down to the original log line. Before there was These Scattered Memories, there was My Scattered Memories. My Scattered Memories being the very first idea, the very first construction that I had or thought that I had, that the images that I was capturing were of some greater construction than just images, right? That I wasn't just running around Detroit shooting images, or I wasn't just going to Yellowstone for the first time, or Glacier for the first time, or Badlands for the first time. I still remember, right? This kind of first, like, really monumental West road trip. Went to Chicago, picked my buddy up. We pulled up to the Badlands in the middle of the night, and the stars were just... I'm going to show this image shortly too, and I'll recall this moment here. The stars were incredible that night, and it was one of my first astrophotography shots. I think I had the Canon 5D Mark IV at the time. Put the Canon 5D Mark IV on top of the sunroof of the Chrysler 300, faced it up, Sigma 35mm 1.4, probably hit the long exposure for 30 seconds maybe, and the whole Milky Way just lit up. Canon saw it. They commented on it back when I had other socials. Canon, if you're seeing this now, if you like the vibe, if there's reps from Canon or if there's reps from OM System that are seeing what I'm doing, that are somehow catching wave of this, and they're recognizing what's going on, get in touch with me. Let's talk. This was all shot on iPhone. Seriously. So Apple, get in touch with me, right? Let's make a play here. But really what I'm getting at is that it started off with My Scattered Memories because it was such a personal thing. But then what I found after doing shows and connecting with so many really wonderful individuals across the country, the stories were synonymous. Everyone had their own individual story, but collectively they were looking at these images and they were saying the same things that I was saying. They're saying, I had this memory. They were saying My Scattered Memories, My Scattered Memories, My Scattered Memories. They weren't saying it like that, but they were saying, I remember this. I did this with this person that I loved that is no longer with us, or I remember being there, but I didn't have the opportunity to take a picture like this, but I still remember seeing it. And when I see this image, it's just as I remember it. So I started really leaning into that notion that these aren't just my scattered memories, but there's a collective here, that they're these scattered memories. They're these scattered memories of many people. And that was a really transformative moment in the process, to learn that it really wasn't just about me anymore. It was so much bigger. It was so much bigger than just my photography collection. And I understood that by just talking with thousands of people across the country and hearing their stories and having people come up to me and say, I'm here with my best friend. I haven't seen him in a long time. And we just went to Yellowstone together. And by supporting your work right now and taking home these Yellowstone photographs, we're always going to have this memory together, and your work is being able to do that for us. And I heard things like that and I thought, well, dang, that's pretty cool. That is like one of the coolest things that just, and there's many stories of this. Many of these experiences, right? So it morphed from my scattered memories to these scattered memories. Stretch Limbs was born, reborn. Hobbles the Monster was born, and this project really took on a whole new identity and is still morphing to this day. And you're here for it right now, and that is so cool. So that's a little backstory on these scattered memories. Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. Spam the chat. Go ahead. Let's have some fun. It's Saturday. We're just driving through the interior of Badlands National Park, Wall, South Dakota. Hey. We got the Detroit Stars hat on and the Philadelphia Eagles cut off. It's a light day. We're just in the studio on a Saturday. Homework due tomorrow by midnight. Wrapping up this master's program, everyone. I have 33 of 39 credits. I'm gonna have 36 of 39 credits in the very short future, and then it's just 3 more. Wrapping it up in October, a couple tests to take. We're certified. We're on the board. Put a lot of work in, a lot of dedication in to make sure that I was going to do well in my master's program, and I'm super proud of the outcome and the results. And I encourage everybody to continue pursuing their passions along, and not only their artistic passions, but other passions, things that are bigger than themselves. And hopefully you're pursuing multiple things that are bigger than yourself. Thank you for rocking with us here. Let's get back to the program. Spam the chat. Let me know where you want to see some images from. All right, let's do a little George Washington Bridge right now. One more vid, and then we'll get back to the edits. I just want to I want to let the computer charge up here. We're on Streamathon. It's 3:06 Eastern time, Eastern Standard Time. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to you from wherever you may be in the world today. You could be anywhere, but you're here with us. Thank you so much. Stick around, and we'll be back to editing some really cool photos. We're going to run back and talk about and show the photos of Detroit, the Packard plant, Packard 120. We're going to dive into some other stuff. Maybe I'll do a couple more grungy photos today, or maybe we're just going to stick it out for the next stream. And I think that's what we'll do. We're gonna space out some gems. We're not gonna put all the gems in. We're not gonna put all the grungy gems in one stream. We're gonna put all gems, period. But the grungy gems, we're gonna separate them out a little bit, okay? Love my stimmy ring. Love my stimmy ring, Violet. Thank you. So cool. I love to stim with it. Alright, chat, we got one more video in the interlude here, and then I'll be back to editing some photos. I just gotta make one more run downstairs. Gotta make one more run downstairs. Another one, Pinnacles. I don't talk about Pinnacles enough. I don't think I've talked about Pinnacles once. Pinnacles was the one California national park. It was the last California national park, I think. I don't know, maybe I have one more California national park, but I think Pinnacles, it just became to a situation where I couldn't get there before. And then I had the opportunity to go in 2021, maybe 2022. And here we are, Pinnacles National Park for the win. Let's go. I'll be back soon, friends. All right, chat. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for sticking with me. Laundry duty on Saturday. You already know what it is. Let me know what you're working on. Drop it in the chat. All right, let's get back going here. I juiced it up a little bit. This will get us going. Let's get the old SSD plug back in. Get back to our regularly scheduled program here. I can hear Kodak clanking his dish out in the main room. Mr. Clankerson in action himself. All right. Here we are. There he is. You can hear the pitter patter coming down the hallway. Tap, 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 tap. And then he shakes it off too. Mr. I'm all ears. Great work, Vi. You're doing awesome. Great work, Vi. You're doing awesome. All right. So here we go. Back to where we were. Thanks for sticking around, for being here through the lull times where the screen is just sitting here. Viewership truly does matter. So we're going to do... we done 66 now. We have 66. That's 12. No. 32 triptychs. Right, obvious, basic math. You see where I'm at here. Oh yeah, I've got these other ones too. Dang. This one is cool too. All right, well, let's start off with a heater. Why not? Let's get some music going. I like having music in the background just for the sake of having music in the background. You know what I mean? Let's run that one back. Pinnacles. Just to listen to it. Just so you guys get some elevator music too. It's not just me talking, but hey. All right, here we are, 67. I like this one. This is so the green, this is all Pewabic tile. In the Belle Isle Aquarium, the Scripps Whitcomb Conservatory, and then the Belle Isle Aquarium is designed by Albert Kahn. This Albert Kahn designed aquarium was the very first aquarium in the entire country on Belle Isle. Belle Isle designed by Francis Olmsted, who is also the architect and planner, designer of Central Park in New York City. Designed Belle Isle. Albert Kahn, architect, known for the Fisher Building, which would have, if it had gotten to its grandeur, rivaled the Empire State Building, but because of the Great Depression, these are all different types of things we can chat about on stream here. But so this Belle Isle Aquarium is an Albert Kahn aquarium, first aquarium in the country, and it's covered in Pewabic tile by Mary Chase Stratton. So Pewabic, shout out. Where did my Pewabic mug go? I'm talking about Pewabic tiles, and I'm lacking. Oh, I got caught lacking. All right, sorry about that. I'm back.
So here we have this beautiful Pewabic mug that my mom got me for my Christmas or my birthday or something. And it's in this carbon glaze. It's so cool. Shout out to Pewabic. I love Pewabic. We love supporting Pewabic. They're a national historic landmark. You can do classes there. Very cool to do. So these are all Pewabic tiles here. And that's number 67 in the gallery. So we'll do that one first. And then Kodak is farting heavy right now. Jeez. I'm getting gassed out by my Beagle. Here we are. Then we're gonna run this one right here. We're really making some headway here. No signs of slowing down though. Absolutely none. So, but the interior of the Belle Isle Aquarium here, but we're not really showing too much. And then we've got the outside of the aquarium, Albert Kahn. You can see here the Spermus Malorium Resurgent Cinerbus, City of Detroit, It Will Rise from the Ashes. Plus, you just see, like, in general, I think what's going on here is I believe that this is Poseidon. Don't hold me to this, but these here, I'm not quite sure if those are dragon or if they're koi. I think they're koi fish. Let me know in the chat. I don't know all the history of everything. I just take photographs. But I try to learn things as I study them, which is what's super cool about this project, is it gives me a lot of things to study. It gives me a lot of things to be curious about, right? Coincidentally, I end up learning a lot of things just by having photographed a lot of things. Because I wonder, what is this? What's going on here? And then, so that's 68. Now we're on 69. Big stream today. Big streamathon today. This momentum is gonna carry me right into my EVP project, and then I'm just gonna knock that out of the park because I'm gonna be feeling so positive about. He thinks it's funny. The boy down there, he thinks it's funny. He's like, oh yeah. I'm serious. I need a positive run. You know, positive momentum builds on itself. Inertia, the object in motion stays in motion. So just by putting work into the gallery and making progress that I'm proud of here, that means that I'm just gonna steamroll right into my paper, and or at least that's the thought process behind it. And then this one here is, so the other one was on the other side because it was the rounder window, but this one here is the more complex octagonal, right? Light, like the octagonal light in the dome. So you've got this is the big dome, right? And then I shot the other dome from down there from the other way. So let's do that. Let's pull this guy over here. And now we've got 69. Another triptych of the Belle Isle Aquarium, or a triptych of Belle Isle, featuring the Belle Isle Aquarium. 69. That's one of our favorite numbers. Ah, yeah. What up, Dylan? Welcome back to These Scattered Memories. My name is Stretch Limbs. Thank you so much for joining us. You could be anywhere in the world, and by being here with us, you are truly appreciated. Thank you kindly. So, Belle Isle Aquarium triptych, we start off down the hall with the circle light here, and then worked our way, then now we're outside looking in onto the facade, and then now we're in the main part looking up at the main dome. So that gets us through 69, that gets us through 33 triptychs in These Scattered Memories. Now, this is the perfect time to transition from Belle Isle and just head on out of Detroit, right? We just swooped into Detroit and shaked and baked a little bit there with the Packard plant and some oldies, some gems from the before times, so to speak. Back when Detroit was a lawless place, and well, I don't even know what I'm saying there. Detroit, yeah. Those are some fun days, and the pictures are amazing relics of a time that has evolved and is evolving. Thank you for being here. Welcome back to These Scattered Memories. Let's just recap on the Detroit photos that we just did today before we go up north to Pictured Rocks, or to Sleeping Bear Dunes and Pictured Rocks. So, Packard plant, Packard, Brush Park, Belle Isle Pier, Heidel Shot Clock, Comerica Park, But really though, I need to change these. I don't want to change them to, I can't have the name of, whatever for licensing reasons. So I just got to change them up to Eat 'em Up Tigers, right? And even though that Eat 'em Up Tigers is so I may end up I'm going to change the names. I've got little edits to do here and there. But the main thing though is now that I've got them structured like 44, 45, 46, it really doesn't matter, that the name for all of them is Eat 'em Up Tigers, because it still quantifiably is either 64, 65, or 66. So, and virtually whatever else that is a Comerica one that I decide to label Eat 'em Up Tigers, or for whatever other one, the quantifiableness is now that it's not, it used to be, this, that, 01, this, that, 02, this, that, 03. But now that it's just, 1 through 99,999, it just is what it is. Even if it's the same thing, different view, it's quantifiable in the beginning instead of at the end now. So the categorization of it is really, you just have to know that first number, right? Where are we at? Are we number 1, number 27, number 13,253, 49,567? I'm just kidding, because that would be like halfway through the project and I've like just begun, so that was a long way to go from there. But you got to reach for the stars, right? How can I be at number 49,000 if I'm not verbalizing it, vocalizing it, you know. So anyways, so we're on. We're at 60, we're at 66. We're at 60, or we're at 69. We're at 69. Kodak gets it. He thinks everything's funny. Okay, so now that we've done Belle Isle, we can head up to Sleeping Bear Dunes. Shout out Sleeping Bear Dunes. Sleepy Bear. We're just making light work on a Saturday. I love you, Violet. All right, we're making light work on a Saturday, and that now we're going up to Sleepy Bear, like we like to do. We just got back from Sleepy Bear. We just went paddleboarding at one of our favorite beaches, and it was great. We love that. So let's do a little Sleepy Bear. Not too much, maybe just a little bit here and there, because honestly, a lot of places in this gallery have gotten love already. And the reason why I didn't put Sleeping Bear right up in the beginning was because that I just wanted to put some other things in front, and because everyone knows that Sleeping Bear is the spot, right? It's unquestionable. If I could have, I'd have put Sleeping Bear #1. And I could have, but we're doing it now. It doesn't make it any less exciting. Sleepy Bear. All right, let's get some Sleepy Bear bangers. All right, we're obviously starting off here. There's no other way to start off the Sleeping Bear experience without this, because this is gone. And so this is kind of like this is how I know that this is the right, it makes sense in bridging the gap, because it's the same thing with Detroit. This whole pathway is gone, and this thing was so cool. I don't know why. I just loved to photograph it. It's handicap accessible now. It's ADA compliant now, which is fantastic. They put a lot of work into making this ADA compliant, and by golly, did they do an incredible job. Shout out to Sleeping Bear Sand Dunes. Shout out to Sleeping Bear Sand Dunes for making trails accessible. But dang, was that a sweet staircase when it was there. So that's where we're starting off. Empire Bluff Trail staircase that no longer exists because now they're ADA compliant. And shout out for being ADA compliant, but just it's so cool. I'll always remember this staircase, the Sleepy Bear staircase. Oh no, I lost it. There it is. All right, Sleepy Bear staircase. So we're bringing this one in at number 70. All right, first sign of Sleeping Bear, National Lakeshore Lands, These Scattered Memories Gallery, number 70. Absolutely iconic. Sleepy Bear for the Sleepy Bears. We're the Sleepy Bears. That's why we go there, to be to be sleepy. Seriously though. We need more cowbell. The Pure Stocking Scenic Drive should probably be number 2, but it's got to be, I've got to have it here in the 8x10. I'm doing, you know, it's so interesting because I wish that every image could be number 1. I wish that every image could, there's not one that I don't love. And so we're gonna have bangers all the way up to 99,000. The very last image is gonna be a banger. No question about it. I don't even know where I'm at anymore. I get lost just trying to look through this stuff. It's like a library, a digital library that, this is what, when I was at CMU, when I was pitching my business plan competition, I was saying asset libraries, this is what you need to do. And mine is a wreck. I'm not, you know, but, all right, I need to focus here. I'm rambling. This is what, I get myself into trouble doing stuff like this. I want Sleeping Bear. Here we are, Sleeping Bear. What should be the next Sleeping Bear? Maybe this one. I like this one. Lake Michigan. Sunset at Lake Michigan, we like that. Right on the horizon. Just a beautiful sunset over Lake Michigan. That's what you're inevitably chasing. You're starting somewhere here and you're ending somewhere here. Right? That's the way I see it. This is the view that we're always chasing. So this is 68, or no. This is what, 70 what? I don't even know. 71. Okay. So now we've gone from Detroit to Sleepy Bear. So I need a little bit more of an elevated one, something that's gonna match this, but it's gonna contour it a little bit. Since the way that this pathway is going, I think I wanna get one of the dunes because it's gonna have the sand, which is gonna go here. So let's work our way through this. This one here, we're getting, well, Let's see here. I like this one. I think I want more of the forest one. I was originally thinking, I think this is what we need. I think this one, you know, it's always been a middle. It's always been in the middle of the triptych, but I'm gonna give this one the benefit of the doubt that it can excel right here. Because you've got forest coverage here, and you're going this way here, and then you've got the water in the middle, sunset, and then the road is more presumably pushing back this way. It's you've still got structure over here, but it's more presumably working like that. You got a strong presence here that's pushing energy that way. Whereas here, you've got an energy pushing that way. And this one, you're just right in the middle. Waves, Lake Michigan, nice white caps, beautiful orange and pink sunset. I like that. So this is 72. So we started at 54, now we're at 72. So that's what, 18 images on the day. Not too shabby. We're usually landing somewhere between 20 to 30 per editing session, per live session. What is this, a glass of water and retro TV? All right, let's spam the chat. I'm gonna do a little lunar cycle, spam the chat. Why not? Why not? No, I'm gonna do the aliens. Yes. The spaceship, the UFO. I don't know why I'm putting the phone up to the mic is on my shirt. I hope everybody out there is working on something great. I know that we're just vibing. It's just a nice co-working Saturday. We're all working on a little something. Everybody's getting some work done. Shout out to everybody getting work done on a Saturday. Shout out to everybody in love. Shout out to everybody making time for all the important things and the people that are special to them. And then also holding it down and doing something big and important too. Outside of or in their community, per se. In your community, shout out to that. Shout out for being someone in your community that's special. Shout out to being someone for your family, and shout out to being someone in your community. And those things are not, it's not a zero-sum game. They're both both the same thing and equally as important. So valuable. We all gotta stick together, y'all. All right, so there we are. Couple sleepy bears. Let's do some picture rocks right now. Why not? All right. I mean, we're just talking, this is just, you know, an easy bag right here at this point in time. I'm just gonna take all three of these. Just put them right over here in the gallery, right where they should be. They're all really nice together. Boom. Now we're at 75. Just like that. We were at 72, now we're at 75. So we'll start here, left, middle. I'm probably gonna turn that one, like you can, I don't know if you can see it up there or not. It might be out of the frame. I think it's out of the frame, but I have it turned, well, here. You know, I have it like this in the portrait orientation and not the landscape. I like it as the landscape, but when it's turned like that, it fits pretty cool in between the others. And plus I haven't done a portrait photo in probably a couple triptychs now, so I'm about due for another portrait triptych instead of landscape. So here we go, let's run up the numbers. 73. Oh, these ones had that awkward space in the beginning too. Forgot about that. 73, 74, then I'll turn this one. I'll turn that one to the portrait when it's time, or when it prints or whatever that would be. But you know, who am I? If people like it like this, everybody should experience it. I don't, you know, if you want to hang an image upside down, for really all I care, hang it upside down. You know, there's no rules to this thing. I'm just editing photos of Graham Moraeus at Pictured Rocks, and just want to give people something that when they see it, they have the sensory experience. That's my goal. That when you see this, you feel like you're there. You know, you can hear the fizz, you can feel the cackle of the rocks being pushed onto one another. You can hear the seagulls. You know, you can't even see a bird in the photograph, but the idea is that when you see the photograph, all of your senses activate and start firing just through that visual. You kind of make up your own scene. You know, you kind of role play in your own mind. You look at something, you imagine, oh, what would it smell like? What would it taste like? What would it, you know, I know that sounds wild, but I know y'all have gotten a big old hunk of Lake Superior water in your mouth at some point or another. Or any body of water, the ocean, whatever, you know. Gets up your nose, you know what I'm saying? It's like that type of thing. You know, you look at an image and you're like, you can feel the water like pop you on the face, that type of thing. Okay, so wait, I guess 74 is, I don't know why is 74 taken. Did I put 74, 73, 74? Oh, that should have been 75. Yep. Okay, 75, these scattered memories, 75 images in. Officially that is, not just who knows what, but we're talking quantifiable numbers. Making some major headway in a way that I had not even done anything like this before, that not to this extent of, it's really coming together now, and this is very exciting. And I think we got to send it back to Detroit. I think we got to send it right back to the Belle Isle Conservatory. And then from there, I'm gonna do something crafty. This is gonna be cool. How I'm gonna finesse this. So I'm going back to Belle Isle Conservatory, and then I'm gonna spawn out to other conservatories. Chicago. I have a image of the Bronx Conservatory that I'm going to do at the end, Seattle. So it's going to go Chicago, Seattle, and then it's going to go the Bronx Conservatory. And then after the Bronx Conservatory, I'm just role playing this in my mind right now. Like this is the level of ingenuity that's going into this right now as I'm thinking this out in real time and I'm explaining it. So we were in Detroit. We were at the Packard plant. We went through Detroit. Then we went up to Sleepy Bear. Then from Sleepy Bear we went to Grand Marais. Then we just dropped it right back down through the floor, Christopher Nolan style, just, you know, put me in a movie with Cillian Murphy and Tom Hardy and let's go. You know, that type of way. Like really just Christopher Nolan, Jonathan Nolan, like pillage you up and then boom, and then drop you down and be like, where are we? Be like, I don't know, but let's figure it out. That feeling. So then we come down to the Belle Isle Conservatory, and then once you get there, then now you're boom, and you're in Chicago, and then you're boom, and then you're in Seattle, and then you're boom, and then you're in New York. And then once you're in New York, and you're really Inception, and there's like buildings turning all over, and it's like you don't even know what way is right or what way is up or what way is down. You're just going through this visual sensory experience. Your eyes are showing you things, but all of your senses are firing. In your own imagination, you're making up your own. It's like being on a Harry Potter, you know, Quidditch match, like Hogwarts. You're just on the broomstick, just zip, 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 bing. You know, I don't know. Am I just saying absolutely random things right now, or does that make sense? I don't know. I'm gonna take a short break and I'll be right back. Let's go. I'm gonna get serious with this here in a minute. Thank you for being here. Thank you for rocking with me. Let's do a short break here real quick. I'm gonna fill up my water. I'm gonna be back because I'm gonna do this. This scenario that I just outlined. I'm gonna work through this because I'm inspired to do it right now. And so we're getting going. It's a streamathon. It's a streamathon, and I don't even know what this is. This is random stuff. I'm trying to look for driving. I'm trying to look for my stuff, friends, not random stuff. All right, let's take it back to the Grand Canyon. Yeah, finish out where we were here. Thank you for rocking with me. Let me juice up a little bit more here. We're getting the streamathon going now. 3:58 Eastern Standard Time. We're on the quest to 4,000 watch hours, and also to build the Scattered Memories Gallery into one of the most comprehensive photography galleries that's been assembled in the modern era. My name is Stretch Limbs. The Scattered Memories studies America's impactful national cityscape architecture as well as national and state parks. Thank you for being here. We will be back after this very short commercial break. 4:03 Eastern Standard Time. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to you from wherever you may be in the world today. My name is Stretch Limbs, and welcome back to these scattered memories. Go ahead and spam the chat, drop your favorite emoji, and wish your best pal good luck on whatever their next quest is. Well, this is coming up interesting. There we go. All right. Here we are. Okay, so we know where we are. We're at 75, we're gonna be at 76. We're at 75, we're gonna be at 76. And we're going to do that with the Belle Isle Conservatory, the Anna Whitcomb Scripps Conservatory. There we are. So, with that being said, let's get there first. Michigan, 8x10. Did I put it in here already? I probably put it in the gallery already. Did I? Yes. That's right. Okay, so here we are. But it's just not named right, that's why. So this is 76. We're gonna rock out this next leg, and then I'm gonna take a break and then when I come back, I'm gonna do more of that West Coast that I was talking about, the Oregon, Samuel H. Boardman. There's a lot of good stuff out. There's a lot of good stuff out on the West Coast. I'm gonna jump over there after I do this hop around here, after I do this conservatory inception hop around here. I'm gonna put Seattle in though, because the Seattle Conservatory is gonna kind of be a prelude to that in a way for the next stream. We already had Seattle in the gallery. Seattle's already in the gallery, but then we're gonna do the conservatory, and then that's gonna help me transition more back out west after. So that's 76. Just a couple more here. This isn't gonna be forever. I'm gonna finish this up, wrap this up. This stream has been wildly successful. We're definitely seeing the vision. Absolutely seeing the vision. So we're doing the Whitcomb Scripps Conservatory right now on Belle Isle. We did the aquarium just before this on stream shortly ago, not too long ago. We were just doing the aquarium, the Albert Kahn aquarium with the Pewabic tiles. I guess they must be in here. So I feel that this would be good to do in the middle. I just like this one. Again, I want to do I like this one. We're gonna do this one here because the way that it engages with me is a levitating experience, because you're gonna look at this one in the portrait aspect of it too, so it kind of gives you that feeling of, you know, right, like if we were to be an Inception or a Christopher Nolan film or something like that, or if I was to, you know, have the wherewithal to think critically enough to design my own concepts that would be respected by Christopher Nolan himself, per se, right? Like, Chris, if you ever want to talk biz, you ever want to make a good show, give him the old 1-2, you know, the old left, right. I can help you write some very cool things. Chris, if you're ever watching the stream, I'm your boy, Stretchy. Let's run it. So this one, you know, we can levitate up a little bit, and that's pretty cool. So let's go ahead and do that. Maybe one day, maybe one day. So in the real world, I know I'm saying a lot of things here, but in the real world, I would apply to the Directors Guild of America and I would show up to the meeting, and then I would, and then presumably, you know, at some point, I would just be able to shake Christopher Nolan's hand and say, hey, how are you? But there's a lot of steps in between this and that. But that would be a pathway to that happening. But Kodak is snoring. He's not even paying attention to the jokes anymore. He's just conked out. He's like, this guy doesn't even, he thinks he's gonna get in a room with Christopher Nolan and introduce himself and say, hey, check out my photo gallery, and maybe you'd wanna work together on your next feature-length movie. Who knows, right? Okay, so here we have number 77. We got 75, 76, 77. Okay. I guess what I'm alluding to here is not just that I'm a director of photography who can capture the images that would be worthy of a Christopher Nolan film, but I have the mind to design projects and concepts that he himself would probably really enjoy. So, back to our inception. Back to the drawing board. I just did the inside of the Whitcomb Scripps Conservatory. Then this is right here. Then we're just doing these classic triptych, easy bag right here. '78. I'll get my anthology out there soon. It's gonna be, my anthology is gonna be ready soon for some people to, well, it'll be ready soon. I don't know exactly how I'm going to roll it out yet. It'll be ready sooner than later, at least some parts of it. But this is, see, but everything, there's a step for everything. And sometimes it feels like there's 500,000 steps, and one of those steps is a photo gallery that's 99,999 images. That's one step of the 500,000 steps of all the thing, of the whole thing. All right, so then from there, now that we've done that, we're gonna go to Chicago. We're gonna go to Chicago, and we're just gonna do, let's see, where's Chicago? Chicago. Okay. So now, in true sense, I'm talking about sensory experience. This is why you're here on the stream, is because we're seeing it all happen in real time, right? There's nothing more sensory in Chicago than having a CTA train. You're walking, you know, like, that's the type of things that so we're gonna bridge from the Detroit Whitcomb Scripps Conservatory to Chicago with the CTA train as the sensory transition. It just kind of hit, you know, it just boom, it just hits you, right? It's sunset in Chicago, you're in Ravenswood or wherever you're at, right? And then next thing you know, wham, there's a CTA train, you know? And I don't even know what the shutter speed was on this image, but I like that the train, right? Here's what I like about this. I like a lot of things. I sure do. I like that we're still getting the sunset. But I like that the train has a bold presence, right? The train is taken over more than half. Like when you think of the rule of thirds, you're basically, the train is running 2/3 of the frame, and it's going to smash through this remaining third very soon. Like instinctually, your mind just tells you that. But yet you see this beautiful sunset here, nice blue sky, the oxidation of the iron ore, the steel that is building the tracks. You just know that this train has seen some stuff, right? And so there we are. We're in Detroit, and then boom, train. Now we're in Chicago. Incepted. What city, what pre-Depression era city are we in? Is this Batman versus Superman? I can't tell. Are we in Chicago, New York City, Detroit, Gotham City, Metropolis, Beagleville? Who knows what's what or what's where? but the triptychs tell a story that lead you through this inquisitive experience. So here we are, number 79. Thank you for rocking with me. Thank you for sticking through these Sky Memories and allowing me to do my little theater bits. I had a guy, he came up to Violet and I yesterday, and he was doing a theater bit. I looked at him and I said, "I'm confused." And he said, "Don't be. Just shake my hand and say thank you." And I did just that. He was a nice guy. Shout out to him. I wish I was sharing with Violet. I was like, I kind of wish that I would have appreciated this guy a little bit more, because I just looked at him and I said, "I'm confused." Because we're just out in regular public. You know, when I'm on the live, I'm in my character. In regular public, I can see the guy's got a theater shirt on. You know, so I know that he's given me a bit. I enjoyed it. Violet said this yesterday, real recognize real. He knew, he was like, I'm gonna go up to them and do a bit. And that was pretty cool. That was pretty cool that people, you know, we're just out having a dinner, you know, a nice salad, a nice beverage, which this man paid forward, and very kind soul. And he did this bit, and it was great. So shout out to him, shout out to everybody doing bits in the real world, and just having a kind soul, a kind, compassionate soul, and doing something nice for people, you know? Having a dream, having a purpose, having a art, a craft, expressing that to people, doing something nice. It's good. All right, Chicago CTE. CTA. I don't know why I'm saying CTE. CTA train. Oh yeah, shout out Green Juice. Shout out Green Juice in the Pelagic mug. Mint limeade. Spam the chat. spam the chat. Why not? I'm hitting a delusional state right now, Vi. I just need to wrap this up. I'm gonna get through this bit here because I've already committed to it, and then I'm gonna say my piece, and I'll be back soon for another bit, another improv bit, while editing photographs with jokes that are not that funny. But now I'm spilling green juice on myself. I don't even know what's going on. Improv is all about recovery, friends. Remember, you don't need to recover from something that was never bad. Kodak is farting, and that is bad. I need to recover from Kodak's farts is what I need to recover from. In theater, I mean, just saying, in theater you can play anything off. There's no, that's what I'm getting at here. In real life, things are bad, yes. And there needs to be accountability for things in real life. But in theater, if you're just doing an improv, if you spill a little bit on yourself, you dribble a little bit, who's gonna know? All right. Number 79. I'm straying from I'm losing the plot in real time. I need a nap too. All right, I gotta finish this Inception module here really quick. I already made a big push about this, and if people watching this see this and they're like, this guy was talking about having Inception level quality content, and then his stream just got boring right after. because he was loopy. Gotta keep it together. Okay, it's the titles. It's all the. This is a talk about. I'm gonna take a nap after this and then get up and do my homework, and it's gonna be great. I'm gonna get through this level of Inception here. Let's finish this up. This is what being in the writer's room is all about. This is collaboration in real time, even though I'm not collaborating with anyone. I'm just talking to Violet via chat. But it's collaboration in real time because it's an inside look into the writer's room, so to speak. But collaboration is always welcome. It's just my streams just get very low views right now. But we're on the push to 4,000 watch hours by February 1st. So pop in the chat, say what up, doe. Spam it with an emoji. Humans, we're looking for humans. Here we go. So let's measure. Let's talk about something practical again. Measuring, right? When we measure photos, so this is the inside of the Chicago, and so here's kind of what I'm. Slide it over just a little bit. There. So we were outside and inside the. We were outside and inside the Chicago or the Belle Isle Conservatory. And then we had the CTA train on this crazy, and I'm feeling the Inception. And then now we're inside of the Lincoln Park Conservatory, right? Is gorgeous. Right by the Lincoln Park Zoo. Shout out to Chicago. If you're from Chicago or you love Chicago or you are ready to go to Chicago, let's do it. Chicago is a beautiful city. You got to keep your head on a swivel like anywhere else, but it's pretty cool. Lake Michigan, right? City on Lake Michigan. How does it get any better? Best lake in the world, one of the best cities in the world. Combine that together. Now you've got a compounding effect. We'll do more. We've got more with the Lincoln Park. We got a lot more from Lincoln Park on the way. I'm just finishing up this bit right here because we are really making numbers. We're really doing progress. I got on this at 54 and now I'm at 80, so 26 so far right now. Finish it up and I'll be at 27. One more TripTech, that's 30. I'm gonna start off with the I'm gonna think through this. I like doing 30. I like doing 30 in a stream, but I suppose it really doesn't matter at the end of it. It's just a stream. And I'm just building a gallery out that's inevitably gonna be 99,999 images, and here we are on number 80. Thank you for being here and welcome back to These Scattered Memories. My name is Stretch Limbs. And my faithful companion Hobbles the Monster is farting, stinking up the room because he ate a good breakfast. Okay, so now for Chicago, since we just did the CTA train, Now I want to do the train tracks because this one goes crazy. I don't know how I don't know how I don't have. I definitely have an 8x10 of this. I had an 8x10 of the train too. I should have probably looked in this folder here, but wait a minute. I have an 8x10 of it, of both of those, but I like the 8x10 of the train, this one more. I think by a lot. I think that the other one, I don't think, let's see if it's in here. It was more of in the middle before. But I like where it's at a lot more now. Oh, is this the John Dillinger? Yeah, Public Enemy. Oh, Public Enemy #1. Victory Gardens. Violet and I were talking about this at one of our favorite spots one night. And I couldn't remember exactly where this place was, but here it is, Victory Gardens. The Biograph is where John Dillinger was tracked down as Public Enemy #1 in Chicago. And coincidentally, the neighborhood is actually very charismatic and very charming. So I'm sure that the people there were very frightened when this whole thing shook down. That was a long time ago. I don't know when that happened. It was in the just before the turn of the middle of the 1900s, maybe 1920, 1930. Okay, so I wanted to do this one. Wait, why is this the 4x6? I want the 8x10. There's definitely an 8x10 of this. I don't know what's going on with that. Somewhere. Maybe it's over, maybe it's in, maybe I just stuck it over here randomly. Right, exactly. Chicago 8x10. Go figure. Little gold mine, just hanging out, right? Now, so that was the original one, but it's too far back. I like the new one. I like where we're at. But again, just more gems. So these ones are just hanging out here. So dang, I've had these ones there the whole time. Okay. Oh yeah, gems on gems. We're looking for the tracks. Is it in here? Yeah, here it is right here. But I have it as a vertical one. And I don't want it as a vertical one. I want it as horizontal. I want it as horizontal, so I might as well just edit the 4x6 that I had in there. I liked that one at one point in time as horizontal, or as portrait, but it really should be landscape mode because of the way that you go underneath the tracks typically. All right, we're getting there. We're getting somewhere. Welcome in, welcome in. I'm gonna get through this and wrap this up here. Stick with me just a little bit longer. By the time I get to image 30, I'm pretty hit. This is what I'm finding out is that I'm good for about 30 on a stream, and then I start getting close to that figure, and see, and the reason why I like this with this too is because then it matches with the train, so it's got to go with the train, but then it's got to go this way. It's the only way. It's not the only way. Well, yeah, right. You could, right, exactly like I said before, right? I'm contradicting myself here. People, anyone can put the image like that in the portrait instead of the landscape, but for the sake of how I'm going to display it here, then it's going to be like this, just because of what I got going on. But I support and endorse interpretation. And I mean, if someone likes my photograph and they think it's cool I've had this conversation with Violet before, that if someone, like one time I remember I was collaborating with someone and then I painted on something and they didn't like that. They thought that it was rude that I painted on something, that it had disrupted the integrity of what it was. And I was kind of under the pretense that I was supposed to collaborate. It's still to this day, I still have a hard time understanding how, if you're supposed to collaborate on something, that by doing the collaboration that you're now making it worse. So even if if somebody, like, the thing about it, like the way that I like to think about it is like people that I really enjoy, like Cause, you know, on his come up in Brooklyn, he would go to the bus painting the bus ads, you know, for perfume or cologne or underwear or who knows what, right? Anything, luggage, and he would paint his early graffiti on that. And, you know, that became a transcendence of how he was fusing his art with the world around him and the what was already available, what was already had exposure and accessibility, right? Being those bus stop ads. And so if people are ever taking my work and putting it in a part of their work, you know, that breeds, you know, that breeds what I believe art is all about. And it's up to the artist to be able to endorse and support that, right? Like I don't like that when artists get upset about I mean, obviously you want to protect your copyright and stuff, so there's a fine line there, but if someone took one of my works and drew over it, I would find that flattering, for another way of putting it, right? It means that you mean something. If someone else is willing to take and bend something of yours into theirs, it means that what you're doing is you're giving feeling, right? It's like the same reason why music is sampled. It's the same reason why it's the same reason why samples exist, because you're saying, this is great, I'm gonna sample it in this next thing, right? You're giving a nod, you're giving an appropriate gesture to the artist. So the whole point of this project is accessibility, right? From billboards to Times Square, right? That's always been kind of the motto, from billboards to Times Square, right? That was always, you know, this work was never going to go away. It was only going to go up, right? And the reason why it's never going to go away, the reason why it's only going to go up is because it's timeless. I mean, what you're looking at here is timeless. Is carefully, methodically curated. Methodically curated. Every image thought out, written down. There was an action plan to catching each one of these images. Not every one of them. Some of them were kind of just random walking around here's and there's, but. All right, here we go. We're back. Let's finish up this Inception stream and call it a day. It's been wonderful. So that's, what is that? Where are we at? I think that's 60 on the day. Is that 60 on the day? No, I need 3 more. So we're going from Chicago to then where are we going? Are we going to, all right, here's what I'm gonna do. Big pop of pink, just bow. We're gonna just throw in another zinger right at the end, just because since we're doing all the sensory experiences, and then we're gonna go to Seattle. We're gonna shapeshift to Seattle first, to the Volunteer Park Conservatory. We just did the. So here's how we're gonna shapeshift. We're gonna go heavy on the azaleas in Volunteer Park, and then we're gonna throw this one of the Volunteer Park Conservatory in the middle. Sick. All right, it's going down. It's going down. We're crossing the finish line right here. 30 images on the stream. These Scattered Memories Streamathon. My name is Stretch Limbs. These Scattered Memories studies impactful national cityscape architecture as well as national and state parks. Here we have some of the most gorgeous in bloom azaleas at Volunteer Park, and these were captured on my birthday weekend just before Sleepy Sensei flew in. I was in Seattle, had traveled up to Seattle, and the azaleas are they're a perennial flower, right? They're only in bloom for a very short window, 2, 3, 4 days. I'm gonna sneeze, and I'm gonna need Claritin here, or excuse me, I'm gonna need something for my sinuses. And maybe I'm not gonna sneeze. Anyways, so these azaleas are gorgeous, and this is the perfect pop of color. It's exactly what I need right now to, we're traveling out of the dense, part of Chicago, and then now we're traveling to this very lush garden here in Volunteer Park, this very lush azalea, this perennial in bloom is so gorgeous. The way that it fills this frame, I absolutely love this. The color on this is stunning. Let's drop some flowers in the, drop some azaleas in the chat. All right. Azalea. So we're coming off the train, and then now we're slowed right down. We're slowed right down, right at the end of the stream. We're smelling the flowers. We had an amazing stream. I'm gonna ride out after this. I'm gonna put on another driving video, but it's been quite a journey working on this. and I'm really excited to continue. We got another 30 images locked in here on the stream today, or we're about to. And then we'll just keep it pushing. We'll keep working, we'll keep streaming, and we'll keep having fun. Most importantly, because that's what this is all about. We're just having fun and we're just following our passions. And yeah, I'm probably not ever going to be friends with Christopher Nolan, but I'm dreaming a little bit, right? You know, it could happen. Who knows? All right, Azaleas in Volunteer Park. Number one, here we are, Seattle, Washington. We just did a whole Inception teleportation device from the Packard plant up to Sleeping Bear, up to Grand Marais, back down to Belle Isle, to Chicago, and then out to Seattle. Then we're gonna wrap it up in New York City. We're gonna start in New York City, and then I'm gonna figure out a way to go New York City, and then walk it right back over to Oregon and do John Day fossil beds, stuff like that. So that'll be next. I'll think through how that's gonna play out on the next stream. Or I'll think through that until then, but I'll be working on homework and getting that wrapped up. So here we are, number 82, 83, and 84, and then that's 30 on the day. So, Volunteer Park Azaleas, the Volunteer Park Conservatory, I've already got this one in an 8x10, printed it before, so that's 83. Thank you to everybody that was a part of this stream, everybody that showed up and just checked in and hung out for even 30, 40 seconds, 50 seconds. Stepping outside of my comfort zone, I'm doing some new things, and I'm taking a lifelong passion of mine and an art project that I've been working on for the past 15 years, and I'm giving it new life. I'm giving it a new life right here on stream, and I'm really grateful to be able to do this, sit here, work through this, and for everybody that shows up and checks it out, that also means the world to me. Super cool. I'm not just a regular content creator that creates content about nothing. This is very specific, very purposeful. So even though it just seems like I'm just sitting here in front of a monitor and I'm not, there's no major gimmick going on, right? And a lot of these days, a lot of stuff that's going on is that, but no, I'm pretty just straightforward. I'm pretty much an artist that's been working on this for a while, and I'm super glad that you are here. I'm super glad that you're here for this part of it to help see it through. It means the world. So this one, well, this is interesting here. Here's what I'm gonna do. I am going to shapeshift a little bit. I'm gonna make this one, you'll see. I'm gonna double back on the azaleas. This azalea is gonna go in the middle, and then I'm gonna use this one here because I love this image. This is absolutely gorgeous. And yep. So this is gonna be 74. Or 84, excuse me. This is 84 here. Just like that. Love this one. This is sick. Probably just like probably up here because I've got to have it match the height of the first one. So let's work through that real quick here as we close out. We've got the first one pretty tall there. Pretty, not too much of a gap. I can recenter things later. This is everything in this is I'm working through it, but it still is workable. It still has, I still have room to maneuver with it. It's nothing is 100% set in stone. This is just the general outline. So this one, so I'm gonna swap these here. So this one, I'm gonna make this one 84 for now, so that I can make this one 82. And then this one, I'm gonna make 83. And then the one that's here, this of the Volunteer Park Conservatory is gonna be 84. And that's how I'm gonna close out this one on 84 for now. And then I'll pick back up next stream with how we were doing this. I'll recap, and then I'll close out this stream with the recap for where we're at, for what we did today. '84 images. Great. First 100 almost done, almost knocked out. Perfect. All right, so here's where we started today. Right here, Packard plant. Packard plant in Detroit, overgrowth. Inside the Packard plant, looking out at sunset. Outside of the Packard plant, very noirish, right there off East Grand Boulevard, with the old bridge before it, but that's gone now. Then we have the actual Packard 120, 1940 Packard 120 in the warehouse down in the warehouse district by the river in Detroit. You can see here the Renaissance Center there in the back with the angel going in. I won't cover all the, because a lot of as I'm editing, I'm talking about the images. I'm just doing a recap right here so that I can wrap this one up, because I am super grateful and you guys are awesome for rocking with me through being here. So Brush Park, Belle Isle Pier, the Heidel Shot Clock, Eat 'em Up Tigers, Eat 'em Up Tigers, Eat 'em Up Tigers, the Belle Isle Aquarium, Albert Kahn, Palabic, Sleepy Bear, Lake Michigan, Pier Stocking Drive, Grand Marais, Belle Isle Conservatory, Chicago CTA, Lincoln Park Conservatory, CTA tracks underneath, Volunteer Park Conservatory in Seattle, Azaleas in Volunteer Park, and then Volunteer Park Conservatory. That is 30 images on today's episode of These Scattered Memories. My name is Stretch Limbs. These Scattered Memories studies America's impact, the textures of America's impactful cityscape architecture, national and state parks. We are on the quest to 4,000 watch hours on YouTube. To join the YouTube partner program, every millisecond that you spend watching one of these videos, either live or in VOD, truly means the world and helping us accomplish our goal. My faithful companion, Hobbles the Monster, is back there in his kennel. He's farting, he's happy. He had a big breakfast. And my final thought for the stream is As always, remember, friends, what you are looking for is also looking for you. Stay beautiful, friends. Let's ride out. Let's ride out. This is a long stream. I'm holding it down. We're holding it down. Thank you for being here. All right. We're going to close this stream off super strong because we just passed our 240th minute. We're somewhere around 244, 245 minutes on these scattered memories here on this lovely Saturday. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to you from wherever you may be in the world. Thank you for joining us here. We have just crossed the 4-hour mark on this lovely Saturday. I wish you well. I wish you peace. My name is Stretch Limbs. Thank you.